Well, I can't spend all day trying to get this fan to work. I tried like four options and they're not working. I don't know what I did last time. Well, uh, okay, that's gotta be like that then. Does your SOS series start at 15? Yeah, it does. So I did the first 13 sessions, and I wasn't sure how people would receive them. And I was doing a whole bunch of stuff, so I thought, well, I won't put a whole lot of effort into it unless people pick up on it, because it's very. I might have quoted this, it's very unlikely that these talks will get through because they're giving contradictions, right? So if you're on either side, you won't get it. So it's like you're walking a fine line. And when I started, I was going to have more of a dialogue to slowly introduce the ideas. But the ideas got really, people picked them up right away and said, yeah, actually, this is, I've never heard this before. And they said, I'm going to miss your session. Is there somewhere else to find it? And so we decided to start recording them. And that happened at, by session 13, people had changed their minds about me. Because when I started, one second. Sorry about that. What happened was I'm going to get a good night's sleep from the first slopes. Um, when I first started, I'm not dressed like a scholar, people weren't taking me seriously. If this guy's going to talk about Hegel, yeah, right. But by session 13, people were like, yep, okay, where can I find them? And I felt vindicated by that because the work shows itself. If you if you're looking for the truth and you're really doing your homework, when you look at what I'm proposing, we're not it's not small potatoes. So yeah, I started at 13. I might do a second session here if there's more demand and record the first 13. But just with those from 13 to 38 is like you're not going to find anything like this anywhere else on the internet. So I think that alone will have the effect that I want, which is to get people to take it up seriously. So yeah, people look at me and they're sort of like, everybody has an archetype. My archetype is not what people think it is. What are you laughing at, Laura? Nice. You've been funny. You're welcome. Yeah, I kind of started with the absolute purpose of life or something like that. And I think it's the second most popular, the most popular one so far, apart from communism, capitalism, and all that. But yeah, we'll see if it starts picking up. I published a paper 2 months ago that once and for all clarified the order of theism and atheism, and it's like for months got like a couple of views here and there, and then like it's got like 100 views in the last couple of weeks. Laughing's the best icebreaker. Or are you new to the channel? Well, hello, Laura. How did you find out about me? I will go to my stream, my YouTube. I really wish I could figure out how to make this fan get fixed. It's not functioning properly. That's computer. I have a YouTube thing going. And this old laptop is the fan is losing a little bit. I'm trying to turn it down. It's not running any programs. It's just a software glitch. Are you Osmond? Doing your best. What was an unanswerable question? A serious one, though. One that you want answered. And I'll try my best. And if you believe that I have some important knowledge, maybe you can go to other people to start reading some Hegel, or maybe putting it on the streams or coming to chat with me. But give me a chance. I gotta stop focusing on this ground. Maybe I'll spend hours. I gotta do some else. Do you have a public repository of your source code for the app you're talking about? No, I have it somewhere. Uh, I initially made my own. I have like something like 50,000 lines of code that I wrote myself. It's somewhere. It's on one of my Google Drives. But it's like spaghetti code, kind of like I was just trying to figure out how to make this program work. And it's really complicated, really complicated. Like, somebody else can make 18 grand and help us start the app. It's going to cost 500 grand to bring it to scale, but I really want to inspire people and say, look, there's something really rare here. There's a really rare opportunity. And if we don't do it this way, there's only one other way to really do it, and that's through basically venture capital. Okay, we're participating in sort of this spirit of concentration of wealth that doesn't understand the role. So why do you want it? Quick story. Okay, also, you say life is an aimless mess caused by entropy, and we are completely morphed physically or socially by interacting with our environments in different ways, and life as a process is no different than asteroids flying through this condition. objective truth is indeterminable because our experience is extremely limited and lacking. So our experience is very subjective and convoluted. Okay, so you're saying that there's no such thing as objective truth and there's no evolutionary direction. And what I would say is, if that's true, then where do the universals of reason come in our subjectivity? So you can take the easy answer, the easy path, and say, well, it's our brains are just doing some kind of like pattern recognition, and that's they're forming language out of that. Or you can kind of say, well, actually, there might be this realm of universals that are already pre-thought typically in themselves, and that this realm of nature is structured rationally. It has structure at all because this rational world is coming through this world, and that Darwinian evolution is the randomness of nature trying to evolve itself in random action to uncover this perfect reason, and that we are an embodiment of it. That's why we're thinking beings, because we are this pure thought, pure reason reflecting on itself externally to itself. So I think that you're making an assumption if you do it the second way or first way, which is like, okay, well, why then, if nature is totally random, why is there any meaning at all? Why is there any structure to the universe at all? Why is it just completely random? It seems like there's universal laws that are causing more and more complex forms of evolution. And entropy, even with entropy, it's kind of like, okay, eventually maybe all the energy in the universe will die out, but maybe it'll just start right back up again, like Roger Penrose thinks. So I think that our subjective logic is, Hegel's right, our subjective logic is a gradual realization of this sort of perfect logic. And religion tries to approximate this by spirit and all these types of religious terms. But yeah, for me, it solves the hard problem of consciousness. Like, why does red look red? Like the phenomenology, that's the hard thing to explain, right? Because well, it's just patterns and neurons in the brain. Okay, that's how the wetware is making it happen. But why is it? Why are we experiencing it that way? There's forms and there's all this stuff going on. So I think it's a very satisfactory answer to both of those. That the biology and the chemistry sublate and give us a way to think these categories and do the pattern recognition, but the phenomenological experience of it is happening because of the categories of your thoughts. So yes, I think that evolution's too. It's random and it's progressing. And it's progressing to higher and higher levels of reason. That's what we're seeing in evolution. We're not just remaining at like one level of species. We're not all just like single cellular organisms, or unconscious, or just plants, or even animals. Like the pure thoughts are the things that are getting more and more pure, and they're becoming more and more explicitly rational. And the laws of the universe are already very rational. So it's like reason's a hard thing to explain. It doesn't seem like a random process. It seems like it's going somewhere, and where it's going is it's just reflecting on itself to create ideal rational structures. We're doing it kind of imperfectly. So that's why there's only one science. Like a science of science is not a bunch of different logics, right? It's not axiomatically broken up. There aren't any self-evident truths. Everything has to be justified in the circle of reason. Where the antecedents, like the beginning claims, have consequence, have results, but the results, once you carry them through dialectically, circle back as the ground to the beginning again. It grounds its own beginning. So the end, the consequent, has its beginning as its result. And that's what logic is supposed to be like. It's perfectly justified. And Hegel gives us the way to do that. You'd be interested in taking a look if you could put it in a Git tab. I wonder if I should put my code up there. I'm trying to hire a guy in Upwork, but nobody wants to do the wisdom quiz. And I'm like, man, without sublation, the team's going to fall apart anyway. Or it's going to be some kind of abstract money thing. But it sounded interesting. I thought you mentioned open sourcing and compulsory links and help. Yeah, I did. So you know what? Maybe I should do that. I don't really know how to use GitHub anymore with Refresh. But you're probably in my head, your coder, quicksort? Well, quicksort. You're talking about the algorithm. Reason is just the logical extension of axiomatic values. You're right. But there's a problem with axiomatic thinking, and Hegel talks about it a lot in his Science of Logic. He says true logic isn't axiomatic like that. Axioms are revelation. They're making the same mistake as religion. So here, I'll pull this up to you. I did one on absolute atheism that talks exactly like this. Maybe I wouldn't put a little bit in that, but logic and reason are just extensions of unjustifiable values held by humans, just humans such as the aimless yet persistent will to live and pursue happiness. Well, what I think is happening is actually, when did Laura say that? Laura, when did you say, are you a pseudo intellectual? Where did you put that? I missed that. Yeah, thing is when you get to really high levels of intellectual culture, you can start blending things. And so things that are traditionally don't look academic, you can see the logic in it, like mysticism and all this kind of stuff, like a little bit. But you don't give into superstition necessarily. You give into the immanent logic in it. Um, when did that happen? 1919. So that happened 17. How come, yeah, that's what, somebody got blocked. I think this thing's blocking people. I'm not seeing some of your messages, guys. So yeah, it looks random. Our values look totally subjective, but we seem to be progressing. We have a drive to do something. We have a drive to survive. But once you get past that stage of carnality, there's extra drives there, and the drives don't just seem to survive. There's something more. Like once your food and your water and all this stuff is met, something extra happens, and it's that we want to know. There's a drive to know something. There's a drive to want to know who we are. There's a drive to want to know what the truth is. Like, what's the purpose of all this? It doesn't just start at survival. So what's creating that higher desire? Well, to Hegel, it's this calling of the truth of who we are, which is the supersensuous logic coming to know itself. So what we're discovering is actually a return, but it's an inward return. So the external world, the sensuous world, is random. It is all this like subjectivity and all these particularities. So what particular cultures find interesting is that is caprice. Like, oh, we like this scarf, it's colored blue, and this one's colored red. That stuff is not, that's the kind of caprice and contingency that you're talking about. But this inner drive, this reason, actually seems to be something different. And it seems to be progressing. And I think Hegel is right. What what are your opinions on Schopenhauer and Cameron? So I did a little bit of Schopenhauer. He's actually not too bad, actually, but he doesn't have a complete system. And genuine philosophy is about having a complete system to philosophy complete itself. Yeah, everything is kind of self-determinate in itself. So we're part of this big circle of reason that comes back to ground itself, like I said earlier. So you're on your way to absolute spirit, and when absolute spirit, when it achieves all knowingness or sufficient level of universal knowledge, it sort of starts its own logic back up. You justify your own logic in acts of creation, but also like emerging into it. So that's why axioms have to be self-grounding, self-justifying. There's nothing outside the system. The absolute is all it needs for itself. The point is absolute freedom, or what Hegel calls genuine freedom. So we're liberating spirit, and there's two types of freedom. The first type of freedom is that there's abstract freedom, which is in opposition to necessity. That's not real freedom. That's caprice. That's like randomness. But it allows you to break from necessity or determination, which means it's never fully free from it. But then there's a second kind of freedom, where it's the sublation, it's the transcendence of that abstract freedom and necessity. And this is what genuine freedom is. So it's like destiny. It's where you're aligned with the laws as you recognize yourself in them. So you're self-creating, you're self-discovering. So it's already determined, but you're choosing your own determination. So your highest potential is what you meant to be. But maybe somewhere along the line there was a version of you that was always meant to be. You're just actualizing it. So it's all just a process of knowledge. You're reaching higher and higher levels of realization, self-actualization through that dialectic between epistemology and ontology, between being and thinking, they affect each other. They're in dialectic. So that's the point. So what you're doing is you're liberating yourself to higher levels of freedom by realizing that you're not just your drives, and that you're not just abstract reason, but you're this kind of concrete universal reason that is in all things, is the essence of all things rational. And that explains the rational structures and the evolution towards higher levels of complexity in the universe. So what happens with entropy is I think there's going to be a really advanced sort of realization where we come at a species 2 or species 3 civilization, and we start transcending what Hegel calls the sensuous realm of pure thought. Pure thought is infinitely powerful, and we're just nascent versions of realizing that's what we are. We are in the world of pure thought returning to itself in pure thought. But because we're sensuous forms, we're like finite thinkers with infinities of finite infinite inside of us. And the only way we can make that finite infinite truly infinite is by going into it and realizing at higher levels. And that happens by a dialectical process of like uncovering the infinite contradictions of concepts, and they got themselves separate to higher levels. So that's what we're doing. And each time you do that, you're breaking more and more free of the randomness, the slavery to, like, even to your own drives. If you don't have control over your own drives, you're not even freeing yourself. But then you also externalize that into the state and community. And then the universals become like universalizing relationships. And that's what becomes the you don't necessarily disagree with all of the things I'm saying yet, but sometimes it takes me some time to make fully thought out systems of new philosophy, a little kind of movement. Yeah. Well, you're supposed to negate it. You're supposed to critique it because you're supposed to think it for yourself. You've seen how it's good enough. Yeah, I've done my homework, at least in this area, so I'm very confident. Now, I can pretty much talk with anybody in the world right now, to probably have at least a rational discourse in a way that most people have never heard, because nobody's understood Hegel. But he sublates contradictions. It's really profound. Yeah, but remember, being critical is one-sided. If you're always critical, you actually don't ever get the satisfaction of saying anything affirmative. And logic isn't just critical. Logic builds on itself. You actually have logical orders, right? So the real thing we're doing for logical is you have the abstract negation as your critical moment, but then you negate that negation into a sublation, which is an affirmation. You're actually making a claim. But then, of course, that new claim also others itself, and then the process starts again. It's critical of itself. So there's an imminent critique happening that's inherent to any concept you have. So it's wise to do that. But it's not wise to stay there. You have to go back and forth. That's why the skeptics are too one-sided. They'll never reach reason, true reason. They're just good at negating, abstractly negating. Well, you're trying to make them robust, right? So it's understandable. So I'm glad you're thinking in systems because Hegel says you can only have truth within a system. It has to have coherence and consistency, right? The system is by applying the same pattern that's uh, non-consistent the whole way through. The fact that it comes back around and justifies its own self. So religion is trying to approximate the circularity of pure thought, which is the true nature of pure thought. It's not just chopped up stuff. By talking about the alpha and the omega in Christian religion, the beginning is the end, the end is the beginning, or the left and ended, it's paradoxical. That's actually how science actually is. Yeah, if you want to go watch that video, go check it out. There's 19 other videos there. I'd appreciate it if you told other people or brought other people to come chat with me and spread the word. And if we get more stuff going, that'd be fantastic. Ooh, I might need to take a little bit of a nap here, guys. It is very basic and often said, but I think sometimes it should have said the only thing I know is that I know nothing. I think Socrates might have said that. But Plato would have definitely taken it from him. Well, the trick is that you have to know everything to know something, but you do know something which is incomplete. So it's only when you have the hubris that you think you know everything is essence and you don't ever change it and be critical, that's when it becomes bad. So I have to go for now, but I followed yes. So, oh, thank you. I'll see you later. I'll be on. I might take a little bit of a half an hour nap or something, which I stayed up too late last night. At least to know the ancient Greeks. Awesome. Great questions. Ah, I might take a little bit of a breather, guys. Nice. I wasted a lot of energy on the fan thing. Trying to fix my computer. Couldn't get it fixed. That's okay. Okay, guys, doing a little shutdown. Hopefully, I'm making an impression one person at a time. If I just focus on Twitch for the next 24 weeks, I think a phenomenon will start to build because this has never happened before. So let me close my eyes a little bit and come back. My Discord is just lighting up. 10 messages for one person. Okay, be back in a bit.
What? What's up?
I was taking a nap. Oh wow, what do we got here?
How's it going, man? You usually put something up on the pod when you're sleeping.
I know. I forgot. Oh wow, what time is it? 10:30.
It's late, right? It's late.
That's okay. I'm gonna go to bed a little bit earlier tonight, maybe midnight, so in an hour and a half. But yes,
Don't catch the nutshell tonight, I guess. You already did.
I already did what?
You already did get it, okay?
A break?
You already did go to bed. Because obviously you were fucking sleeping today.
Yeah, but it's not enough. I mean, well, after I finished chatting with Antonio and them last night, it's like 3 in the morning or something, right? So I
Should have
stayed
been
up.
happy with how that discussion ended.
They weren't happy?
No? I'm
No.
guessing you're not.
No, that's okay. I'm happy with it, and it's
Well, they did leave your space. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you know that.
yeah. They said they were going to, and that's okay. Because like,
Why is it okay?
with that,
Why is it okay?
um, because it's a fickle kind of friendship, I guess, for them. And for me, I'm not really, I'm still here, so if they want to come back, they're always welcome. But yeah, it's they want to come back again. So for me, it's like people come and go, and you
Well, of
can't keep
course,
up with
but I
it.
don't know. I wouldn't say. Anyway, it doesn't matter for now. I can maybe ask you about it later. I bought some friends with me. Say hi.
Let's see. Hello,
How's it
friends.
going, bro?
We have Switch and 4N and Terrence Watts. Hi. I'm a little bit like waking up so because I heard your voice. I don't know how I heard it from way over there, but I just like instinctively came running. I was like, "What am I running for?" So anyway, I'm slowly becoming more coherent. But yes, what's going on with this posse?
Oh, just thought you might switch his name's Eddie. I thought you two might get along. To be honest, I thought, and you know, these are some of the people I do work with on my own server.
Hmm. Well, I guess the main crew I was working with were taking a break from me for who knows how long. But we had a disagreement about. Well, I guess we didn't have a disagreement. But they're talking about. We're talking about how Hegel seems to think that this world of logic is objective. And I found these quotes to kind of show that he does. I think it's like before nature comes. And then we ended up getting into a discussion about how do you begin the logic. And I said, well, you have to repeat what Hegel says what Descartes tried to do, but Descartes didn't go far enough. And I said, well, that's how you got to get to pure being. And they said, no, you just have to think pure being is there and start there. And I'm like, well, why are you thinking pure being in the first place? And blah, blah, blah. So they didn't like how he described the movement from pure being to pure nothing. And of course, it always happens by an internal contradiction. So I spoke about how you're trying to think something. Like, I don't think you're even there. I think the categories are thinking themselves. But I said, pure being is trying to think itself. And there's nothing there to think. It's indeterminate immediacy. And so by trying to grasp itself, it automatically mediates itself into this empty thinking. But he's like, I don't like those words, blah, blah, blah. He was looking for a specific way to say it. And I was
Okay.
like, okay, I know that he wants to talk about it a certain way. I didn't say it the way he wanted me to say it. And now that I know how he wants me to say it, it's like, okay, I was like, sure, we can talk about it that way. But it wasn't good enough. And I was
Beautiful.
like, okay. So where do you guys want to go with everything?
Well, that's really intriguing that you kind of laid all out like that because there is a particularity, I would say, like spell, the master of the mind, which demands a certain sequence of words. But like to subscribe to that is kind of the basis of what I would consider to be dogma. And whenever like a dogmatic moment in mind or cognition or speaking or thinking or any of it occurs in reality, I truly believe that it's kind of an example of unconscious vomit, so to speak. I try not to approach causality like people.
Well, he's not wrong. Like you can describe it this way, and it's a pretty okay. Like he's saying you have to think immediacy. And immediacy is unrelatedness. And I was like, okay, well, I'm saying normally I say it's indeterminacy. Like the
Okay.
indeterminacy means the same thing as unrelatedness to me. But we want to use that word unrelated. When you try and think the unrelatedness of immediacy, you automatically get caught in this thinkingness that's mediating the immediacy. And I was like, okay, well, that's basically the same thing, and they wouldn't let it go. And I was like, oh, okay.
Mm.
So anyway, it
Well, it
was
sounded like he was trying to decouple from relationships, definitely.
yeah,
Because
because pure being does exist by itself. That's what makes it indeterminate. It's not being compared with anything. That's how
yeah,
nothing it is, and even nothing is more than what it is or what it was to begin with, and then its content equates itself with pure nothing and it goes back and forth. But it's just like in the philosophical community, there's a kind of attitude which is very fickle. It's very brittle, and there's not a really
fickle and
robust.
brittle, yeah, that makes sense.
So this is an example of it. It's like wow, we were talking for maybe over 100 hours over the last month, and then all it took was this one discussion for them to be like, oh, we're done, and it's like, oh, okay. But for now,
Wow.
for me, it's more like, well, it's okay. If they want to come back, they definitely can because I've already taken the vow of unabandonment. I think that real philosophers eventually get to that point where even if we didn't get to an agreement, then we still
Yeah,
probably would have taken a break and then came back and with fresh minds and was like, okay, what are we missing here? And we aim for
right.
sublation, not just abstract negation.
Ooh,
But
yeah,
yeah, I want to demonstrate that new attitude in this server, this genuine philosophy. I want to keep this going. So even though that happened, it's like you're still welcome to come back because I've taken a vow of unabandonment. It doesn't matter how you describe pure being and pure nothing. It's like we're learning. So I was like, there's no sense in me abandoning for that.
yeah.
But
That's actually that's quite integral to my uh, the the desire and kind of conviction that accompanies the willingness to abide by the spirit of continuity or some kind of I don't even know how you want to qualify it, but it's just a faithful abiding by divinity. Whatever way you can do it, go for it. Like more power to him if you want to do that. In my opinion. Um,
awesome.
those of us that bring philosophical insights and structures, if you will, uh, these these elements I think help us reify some of the abstractions, but the way that we're doing that reification process is so fascinating subjectively that to me, even the differences in words that we use to describe the phenomenon, even those differences are fascinating if you go down, if you get on deep enough with anything, in my opinion. Like you said, there was a brittle moment with last guy, it sounded like. And that's unfortunate, but at the same time, it doesn't seem like a deal breaker. Like, in the grand scheme of things, how long have you been talking with this guy?
Well, I've known them now
You said
for
400 hours?
6 months. Yeah, it's been quite a long time.
And then, like, the moment of extraction, let's call it, or just where it breaks, is like a minute, maybe an hour at the most. Is that small enough here where it's unaligned, really that much more powerful than the other parts of where? I think it's good to believe that. I would think something would bring the connection back around sometime within your lifetime. Who knows when that'll happen, but that's just optimistic outlook in my opinion. Um, but at the same time, again, I'm trying to look at like what it is like genuine philosophy. Uh, Matt talked to me about like you're into Hegel. It sounds like you understand Hegel's point of view quite clearly. Um, do you differ from Hegel in any ways that are worth talking about, or is it just, I don't know? know. It's easy to find out where it differs from Hegel. That, Eddie, is a fantastic fucking question. I would also love to
I was asked on my Twitch server already, and I had people here. So Beta Taylor, how's it going? There's people on Twitch listening to this, but I think there's only one now. But I had like somebody rated me. 30 people came and chatted. And,
oh yeah, dude.
it's growing. It's actually both the Discord and Twitch are all growing, and I debated for about 2 hours straight, like question after question after question, saying Hegel could sublate all these things. And somebody asked me, well, what's the most controversial thing Hegel says? What's the one thing you don't think he got right? So people are trying to test that I'm self-thinking, like I can think of myself. And the thing is, like, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a bit opposite of that.
Yeah, for me, I think, like Hegel says there's two ways to do philosophy. There's abstract philosophy, and then there's genuine philosophy. And he says how most philosophers, like these abstract philosophers, kind of go about history of philosophy is that they have a philosophy and they see somebody else's and they prove something wrong in this philosophy, and then they say, okay, that's garbage, and my philosophy is better.
Yeah.
And he says, that's not how real philosophy works. And he says, I have not made that mistake. So real philosophers refute things not by abstract negation, but by sublation. And like, oh, what?
Mm-hmm. What's sublation? I'm not familiar with it.
Really? Okay, so you haven't read much Hegel?
Yeah. I haven't read much Hegel, yeah.
Sublation, there's a couple ways of describing it, but essentially it's the pure essence of growing. It's the logic of the movement of growth. And you can describe it as negation of negation. So you have a first negation, which is abstract negation, where you have a category by itself, or thought, or thing, or whatever the object is, and then it negates itself into its opposite. So you got it in its opposite, it's the traditional dialectical moment of tension. And then you negate that in general. And when you negate that, you get to a transcendental place that's not on the spectrum. It's not in between or on either extreme, it's somewhere else. And that is the negation that creates it. What's that?
I'd like to repeat that. That's really well put.
That's the negative way of describing it. The positive way is that every logical movement, Hegel says, universally has three moments in it. So the first moment is the moment of abstract understanding. The second moment is the moment of dialectic. And the third moment is the moment of positive reason or sublation. So if it's logical and rational, it has these three moments in it. That's the positive way of describing it. Then there's the abstract way. Then it's like actually negation itself is just self-sublation. So even negation can be described positively as self-sublation. And so you can flip back and forth. Speculative thinking can see everything in these contradictions, but it all makes sense. It's all idealized. So that's what sublation is.
It's very interesting. Okay, sorry to pause you.
So Hegel says that when you're dealing with philosophy, you need to be working in sublation, not abstract negation. So of course somebody comes along, what do? They see a philosophy, they negate it, they say it's bad, and they just try and cancel the whole thing. It's like throwing the baby out the bathwater. That's what negation, abstract negation is. But it says more like integration. It's more like philosophy is growing, where the first thing you're canceling, you're not throwing the whole thing out. If it's a real philosophy, it has a universal in it. And universals endure for eternity. So he says what you're canceling in this moment is you're just canceling the limit that's creating the distinction, but you're preserving the essential truth, and you're raising above it as an integration. So you're actually building universals on universals. And it says through all of human history, that's why philosophy is getting more concrete, is that the pure thoughts behind philosophies are actually purifying themselves more and more and more. Because he said that's what I did. So I took basically 3,000 years of philosophers and wisdom before me, and I distilled their principles, and I put them all together in one mega system of philosophy. So basically, if you're reading Hegel, you're actually reading 115 of philosophy's greatest minds and philosophies in one system. That's why studying Hegel is actually studying all.
Just to cut in briefly, one thing you might like about Mark, right? I always forget it.
That's Mark, right. It's Matt, I hear.
One thing you might like about what Mark's doing is one of his projects is to go through basically every other system he can find and show how each and every one of them is supposedly is what Hegel described. So it's an integral sort of theory, sort of hard, right? Incredibly, did you haven't found integral theory, Mark?
Have I talked about integral theory?
Did you know about it? You know, too.
Are you talking about Ken Wilber's theory of integration?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Although there are other things that contribute that same idea. We're going to plug this.
Yeah, so Ken Wilber, he's in the synchronicity document, so that's what you're mentioning in sync format. It's trying to integrate all the philosophy with sublation with one universal logic. And I put Ken in there.
Yeah.
Ken has his own column, and then I put in there integration is what he's calling. He doesn't know this, but that's another word for sublation, but it's more of a concrete, sensuous term. There's only one way to describe sublation in its essence, and that's sublation as sublation. But sublation is universal. So that means it can be described as the movement of growth, it can be described as development, it can be described as epiphany, education, fulfillment, refutation, integration, epiphany, realization, idealization. It can be described as all these other forms because they're all some version of sublation. And Ken Wilber grasped it.
Would you accept realization in that pile?
Yeah, I think I can. Like realization, I think is more like self-sublation, where it's this moment of holding both sides concrete, and then idealization might be the actual sublation of that.
I see. Okay. It looks like it's an upward growth from a feedback start point.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I see the kind of process of it.
And so to answer your original question, like what do I not like in Hegel, or I think the reason why I like Hegel so much is that he is basically integrative, and for me, when I read him, you know, he. Go ahead.
The original question was, where did you differ from Hegel? Right. Yeah.
And for me, the reason why it's hard to point out something to differ on is because he was so integrative. And because he went to the full side of the dialectic on every dialectic, it's like he is everywhere already. So when you try and disagree with him, he's already on the other side. And then he's also beyond. So where do I disagree with him?
That I've ever heard of Hegel, I'm pretty sure this about Hegel, is another philosophy talks about Hegel, I believe, saying something to the effect of wherever there's a philosophy travel, they'll find Hegel facing the way to them.
Yeah, it's Michel Foucault said that.
Yeah, so that phrase, I conveniently stole and just put like my username instead of Hegel, I just put my own username. Because I was on that same wavelength, thinking of the dialectical kind of duality of all of the different ways of looking at reason or logic or perception or reality. Like I was just trying to encapsulate everything into some sustainable model. And what I ended up finding was that of all people. And yeah, so I found instinct in my search for this kind of theory about the theory of everything. And one of the things that like when you try to simplify it and reduce everything into like super basic kind of street level epistemological rhetoric, it's already a little bit of a stretch to say physics, metaphysics, and then whatever it is that people think on their own. So in keeping with the integrity of that thing, I have discovered something that I was looking for like a what was the name of the study of the imagination? And I found this term called catechism. And catechism is like the most favorable definition is the science of imagination. Um, it goes into essentially everything that is objectively extruded out of mouth and so philosophy is one of those things, religion is one of those things, science is one of those things, engineering, technology, you name it. All that has come out of some section of the world, some way. That's what it works. Kind of considered. Like there's basic little somehow things that crowd their time again and again. that the terms of this kind of mountain of information. Now, when I try to relate what is like this filtering, this simplicity, it's kind of like a top-down culture. Uh, if, if I were to bring Hegel in full faith, it's almost like you just got that. Whatever it is that Hegel wants to, there's a purification once this goes that at a certain point I'm going to regard as closer to factual than I can. You know what I mean? That there's an authority figure complex that I interprojected onto Hegel ever since questions that I want to enact. Um, this is a long-winded way of saying if it's true that you find yourself different than Hegel so little that you're like, you know what, I think Hegel's seen all of this better than I could have. I get that. That's the nice humble type. But at the same time, I believe that you know better about your own direct life than Hegel ever did. So how do you kind of parse that? Without,
You're on, you're on fucking fire today, Eddie.
so what's that like?
I said you're on fire today, Eddie.
Thank you, buddy. Love you, man.
People want to see you think for yourself because philosophy is not about dogma; it's about thinking for yourself. So, like, okay, well, that's the thing that Hegel must be wrong on, is because he wants you to follow him. But no, he says you have to think this yourself. Go ahead.
Do you think that Hegel wants people to think for themselves?
Yeah, and he actually says in his philosophy, he says every man or woman is a product of their time. So he says, I can't really escape my time. So he says, whoever understands my philosophy will basically transcend him and sublate him to the next level. He's just the ultimate for now because he had the humility to take everybody and stand on their shoulders, right? He's standing on the shoulders of giants. Now he's the giant. And everybody since him have been trying to negate him without understanding. And so for me, I think once we understand what he said, I think we can sublate him. It's just that until we do our homework, it's we don't have the real limit. So for instance, another limit is like somebody might say Hegel was racist or he was sexist. I'm like, yeah, then I guess I'm not in agreement with him. But he's saying that this moment happens in history, but that everybody is actually rational. But rationality is this thing that overcomes the physiognomy, it overcomes the stereotype. So women can become philosophers too. They're just in their stereotype, they're plant-like, they're intuitive because they have this logic in them that's concrete. And I that's kind of a nice way to get out of the limits of his time. Because it's a blanket way of saying that if everybody's rational, then everybody's able to achieve being a genuine philosopher and be in the state and do all these things that are masculine. But I think he was trapped in his own time where he wasn't allowed to speak openly like that, or else people would lose his job. Like he's very aware that contingent human history had an element of irrationality to it, that as spirit works its way through, that you have a bunch of wars because people are like part of nature. And I think he was being very careful because his heroes in the French Revolution got their heads cut off, and his friends were trying to protect him by saying, "Hey, look, if you just negate the church, who else negates you? You're just going to get killed." So I think every time I look at a limit of Hegel, I can always justify the other side, which makes it hard to sublate him in the beginning. But that's my goal, is to first understand him, bring this universal logic to current society, so society itself is not even close to what Hegel has done. And then once we start to grasp it, then we'll use like the synchronicity document to sublate the real limits.
Which in itself is a funny sort of noise. I still don't really understand why you told it.
Because all the columns are synchronized, all the rows are synchronized on the concepts. So we're reordering everybody's philosophy.
Huh? So what synchronicity is something specific. Like when someone sees the document, they're going to think that the document has something to do with synchronicity as a phenomenon.
Okay, wait, say that one more time because there's somebody on my YouTube just now. You're saying that when somebody sees it, they're not going to think.
Well, yeah, they're going to know. When someone sees it, they're going to
It kind of is actually, because once you start thinking this way, you're looking for the underlying reason behind things, like the deeper reasoning. So when you look at each column, what you're looking at is a superficial difference, right? On the surface, none of the columns look the same, right? So it all looks like they're moving in their own way, particular way. But then when you grasp that actually no, these are all just different sensuous labors, and the order is actually the same in all of them. They're all synchronized. They're all doing the same thing at the same time. That's what synchronicity is. And you start to think all of them together at the same time with this incredible freedom. And that kind of freedom. Hmm?
Appreciate what you're saying. I totally agree that synchronicity document really describes what you're talking about. Like I see what you're referring to. You're referring to essentially like parallelism in the sense of convergence of like thought in general. Like for me, like, that's what you said. Like this is what synchronicity is. Like synchronicity isn't just parallel threads. Synchronicity is uh, moments where the parallel threads become entwined. It's much more specific than just within parallel threads.
Well, you are that. You are the parallelism holding them all intertwined. You can move between them and thread them, right? So you are the synchronicity reading the synchronicity document.
I mean, like I said, I appreciate you saying like that's what you described it.
So let me look up the definition. So synchronicity means an apparently meaningful coincidence in time of two or more similar or identical events that are causally related. And causally just means you have the chain of events, right?
They're not correlated.
Well, in Hegel, at least there's an order where they're causing each other. Even cause itself
I know.
develops.
It's definition. It's a definition. It's not correlated.
What are causally related?
The definition says not causally related. The whole point of synchronicity is that it's acausal. That's what Young called it. Acausal parallelism.
But it says, or identical events that are causally unrelated. Oh, causally unrelated. Ah, okay. Then I guess the concepts are causally related, and the paragraphs, I guess, because they happen at different points in history. Huh?
Concept causally related in the sense of having parallel content or meaning. But that's the whole point of synchronicity. Synchronicity identifies this parallelism of meaning, which is not amenable to a causal explanation.
Yeah, that part is it.
Well, explain that to me a little bit more, because I'm interested in this. I think that synchronicity
Have you
is
ever have you ever heard Jung's example with the scarab?
the discard. No, what's that?
Scarab.
What's the scarab?
Oh, and then get it for you. Right. So obviously Jung created this idea of synchronicity, right? And he gives some examples in his work. This is one of his most famous examples. So I'm quoting here. My example concerns a young woman patient who, in spite of efforts made on both sides, proved to be psychologically inaccessible. The difficulty lay in the fact that she always knew better about everything. Her excellent education had provided her with a weapon ideally suited to this purpose, namely a highly polished Cartesian rationalism with an impeccably geometrical idea of reality. After several fruitless attempts to sweeten her rationalism with a somewhat more human understanding, I had to confine myself to the hope that something unexpected and irrational would turn up, something that would burst the intellectual retort into which she had sealed herself. Well, I was sitting opposite her one day, with my back to the window, listening to her flow of rhetoric. She had an impressive dream the night before in which someone had given her a golden scarab, a costly piece of jewelry. While she was still telling me this dream, I heard something behind me gently tapping on the window. I turned round and saw that it was a fairly large flying insect that was knocking against the window pane from outside in the obvious effort to get into the dark room. This seemed to me very strange. I opened the window immediately and pointed the insect in the air as it flew in. It was a scarabæus beetle, or common bone chauffeur, Setonia aurata. Its bony, reduced colour most nearly resembled that of a golden scarab. I handed the beetle to my patient with the words, "Here is your scarab." This experience punctured the desired hole in her rationalism and broke the ice of her intellectual resistance. The treatment could now be continued with satisfactory results. That's an example of synchronicity. Right? On a causal view, it's very difficult to explain how her having the dream or recounting the dream could draw the insect to the window, make her want to come inside. It's very difficult to imagine how those two things could possibly be causally connected.
Okay, so we are still thinking about it the same way. So for me, how I think about it is, in terms of sameness and difference. So there's a commonality happening, which is that there's a beetle, a scarab in her dream, and then there's a scarab in reality happening at the same time. So like they're happening parallel to each other, but they look like on the surface, they look like there's no underlying cause, there's no connection between them. They're totally separate events happening at the same time. They're synchronized. The sameness is synchronized somehow. And for me, I believe that Hegel's right. He says everything that is actual is rational. Everything is rational is actual. The reasoning that's connecting them is actually just deeper. It's sort of like a hidden intellectualism, what Hegel would call, what I used to call, the kind of reasoning.
The whole point here is that belief in the connection isn't what we would consider classical causality, but in the sense of a billion ball efficient organ, and one thing another through another, seems to be causal thing that motivate one another. It doesn't seem to do that kind of thing.
That's the key word, seeming, but it actually is. It's just that you have to think more deeply. It's just an illusion, right? So once you think more deeply, you do grasp the causal connection. It's just that the reasoning has to be deeper. I guess a little mystical.
Obviously, there must be some causal principle, but whatever the causal principle is, it is quite alien to our current understanding of how causality works. Like, according to our current understanding, what is in that story is positive. It's perfect thing that cannot happen in the classical scientific world.
Well, here's one way to think about it. So you know what could have happened is that maybe there was an infestation of scarabs or something, and that caused her to have the dream. She subconsciously saw a bunch of them, and then she went to sleep one night. She had the dream. So it's actually very likely that the beetle would be by the window the time that she had the dream.
But you fail to actually the most important part of it. First of all, beetle, symbol of rebirth. Second of all, the synchronicity is associated with a dream connected to her being stuck and her having been unable to move herself forward. Three doctors tried to help her to figure out three, all of them failed. And so the synchronicity manifests itself not only at that point of deep stuckness, but transforms it, contributes essentially to a transformative experience where, so remember, so why was she stuck, right? She was stuck essentially because she thought there was nothing in the world that didn't conform to her understanding of it. Okay, and what did the world do? The world gave her an example that proved that there were things in reality that she couldn't understand in advance. That there were things in the world that she still couldn't understand, and that prompted her to move on her feeling that she knew everything and did not need to grow. That's what resulted in the movement, the beginning of the psychic transformation. Now, those connections, like, yeah, sure, you can come up with causal reasons that make the event more likely, but that does not in any way furnish us with an explanation of this connection of meaning, right?
So I think what's going on here is that when you're stuck between like those first two moments of like reason, it's called the negative moment of reason, where you're in the compass of understanding. So understanding wants to hold things fixed. So it's holding those abstractions fixed, and that's your world technically. And so you can't break out of that stage unless you can transcend. So that's where he was saying she's stuck in that stage of dialectic, and she couldn't break out, and it was causing her pain because real reason is fluid. And so what happened was when the beetle thing happened, it caused a sublation. It caused her to think deeper. And so he says miracles are actually just the events that happen that are beyond the compass of understanding, current understanding. So it looks miraculous. But once you learn the deeper nature of reality, the deeper universals, you realize the synchronicity behind all things. All things are actually moving by this deeper meaning. But you are the one not grasping it, so you see the events as disconnected and causal. And you see yourself as a causal to the world, which causes you to not feel like you belong as deeply as you actually do. You're infinitely important, but you just don't realize it yet.
Part of the confusion is synchronicity, those moments where we're reminded of the interconnectivity of everything, when we're reminded of our relationship to the whole, where we see that our projections about the world are limiting us in a way that we could and should go beyond. Because the point of synchronicity isn't just that, like, oh, you know, like, I don't know, I suppose, like, you coincidentally touch on something that helps you to unstick yourself, like, as if you just seize on something in the environment. Synchronicity seems to be somehow it is as if the world is collaborating in your unsticking of yourself. That is what the experience is like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is true because you are absolute spirit that's technically thinking it all, and you're just reconnecting, you're synchronizing with it. It's the cunning of reason, it's the willfulness to forget that you're all knowing that causes the illusion that you don't understand the reasons behind it. But when you synchronize with it, when you actually grasp the universals between you and your absolute self, you can realize it more immediately, and that's what reason is, concrete reason. So that's what's happening in the synchronicity document. It's showing that underlying universals that are threading them all together.
Here's the thing: I have a gift when it comes to naming, like a real special gift. I love naming. I'm really good at it, and I can just tell the name of that document isn't right. Like it's going to be something like that, something similar. Like I understand why you chose to name it that, but I don't think that is what it should be called. I think names should never, first of all, names should never give a misleading idea of what they are labeling. And second of all, if possible, a name should help to give you an accurate initial grasp of the name. So if it occasions misunderstanding in the mind of your reader, it's not a good name.
Well, this is the okay. Let's talk about the experience that I want to create then with the document, because that's a great suggestion. So when somebody first comes into the document, their first reaction is their ordinary understanding. And Hegel says your ordinary understanding is trying to break through from particularity, where it's seeing the world in singulars and separate particularities that are all not connected properly, which is why there's so much friction in the world. There's not a fluidity of your movement in the world. So you bring that with you wherever you go. I just did a presentation this morning on Wittgenstein, the limit of your language, the limit of your world. But what he's really saying is that the limit of your logic is the limit of your world. And so when you first open up the synchronicity document, what do you see? Your ordinary understanding sees a bunch of columns with completely different human beings at different points in time in history that look completely unrelated to each other. And so you're like, oh, you have the experience of being overwhelmed, that there's so much particularity, there's just so much information that you got to memorize every column and every word. Oh my God, there's like when this document starts to get famous, because I think it's going to win the Nobel Peace Prize, there's going to be probably 10,000 people in there. There's going to be 10,000 columns of completely different people using completely different words. And you're thinking, oh my gosh, it's impossible to memorize 10,000 people. Completely impossible. You'll never grasp the truth. So you kind of get this feeling of hopelessness, this despair, that it's just too much. You'll never get it. And then, it just reflects how little you think you know. That's the experience that ordinary consciousness is going to have when you open that document. But the truth of the document, go ahead. Well, it's not what I wanted to have. It's what's going to happen no matter what you want. It's just the default mode of negation. Because Hegel says when you're thinking, it's actually just the universal logic coming through you. So the low levels of thinking, like your drives, are just abstract negation repeating itself in the bad infinite. Then it sublates into a higher level of consciousness, another stage of fixity. But then you're in another bad infinite for a while. That's the master-slave dialectic. And you're just doing the abstract negation. Then it sublates to a higher level, which is reason. But then you get into stoic consciousness, which is trying to negate the world. It's another negation, bad infinite. Every stage has its trap. And that's where that woman was in this Indian example. She was stuck in a dialectical stage. And when you're thinking as a philosopher, you're still doing the first negation, but you're getting out of that bad infinite faster because you already know the meta. You know that the bad infinite has a result. Two results. One is that they either cancel and you don't make any progress anymore. You end up in contradiction, or you sublate that contradiction. And you make progress. And so once you realize that the negation is part of the progress, you stop resisting it, and that's how your reason really starts to get fluid as a genuine philosopher. You start to get in touch with the true living nature of things, the true growing synchronicity. You're synchronized with the world. It's this deeper logic. And that's what we want to create with the synchronicity document is you start off in a state not like that. It's completely overwhelming. But then once you realize what the columns mean, the Hegelian logic is the deeper meaning behind things that we're always missing. Hegel's saying, if you memorize my science of logic, this is the underlying essence you're seeing in all the particulars in your life. And when you grasp them in this living logical order, this is what divine thinking is. It's your everyday categories you take for granted, not fragmented or fractured in these acausal, like random, confused, conflated messes, which is why your life looks that way. But it says when you see them synchronized, it's happening as the same thing that's differentiating itself in all these particularities connected in their necessity. You can think through them with like no fixity. They just lead, when you see their extremes, they just lead to the next one and they go around and circle back on themselves. So it's actually infinite. It says this is what we're feeling.
What do you think about this? Thank you. What do you think about this username?
Go ahead.
Oh, I tagged you in where I wrote it.
Oh, where did you write it? Oh, you're in the synchronicity document?
No, sorry. In the channel on Discord.
Oh, I see that. Okay. I have a bunch of notifications I haven't opened yet. But it's Michael left me some messages. Okay, what is he saying? I'll have to catch up on this. Oh, there's quite a few. Simultaneous growth, a guide towards synchronization with the living, breathing, flowing river of thought. That might be a good tagline.
Simultaneous growth, simultaneous growth. Because I feel like that's really more what you're describing. So first of all, there's this concept in the history of science called simultaneous discovery, right? Which is where the two people come up with the same idea at the exact same time in history, in different parts of the world, without talking to one another. And that seems to be part of what you're talking about. I mean, in a less acute sense, right? You're essentially saying there are things in the world. We're going over what Hegel described without knowing it at all different, at these various times in history, and this is how it all shows that those threads are all parallel, right? But the idea is that they're all simultaneously growing towards the same, like, I suppose, sum of truth or whatever, right? Of that self-realization of Hegel described.
Yes, I'm just looking up synchronicity again. My computer froze. I'm just opening it. Synchronicity. So there's a simultaneousness happening. That's true. So it's a good way to point up a nuance. What's the difference between simultaneity and synchronicity?
Yeah.
So if you had to say the difference between those, what would be the nuance difference?
Synchronicity is a simultaneity of meaning, whereas simultaneity is just generic. Could be, not necessarily of meaning. And again, because synchronicity has already a specific meaning, it describes already a specific phenomenon. Like people understand it as invoking that idea of that phenomenon. Right? So, if what you're going for is, like I said, this idea of that they're all simultaneously working on it, and that there's a synchronization happening with their thought, right? Yeah, I feel like I don't know, maybe there needs to be another word like simultaneous. No, because see, that's the thing is, I feel like because simultaneous already can find an illusion to simultaneous discovery, like that's the two words people know of simultaneous and use them. That sense of saying something, simultaneous growth, then I would think that it still inherit that connotation of parallelism.
This document though is about meaning. It makes your life very meaningful because this order of the categories is meaning making. It's how you make meaning.
It's meaning though, because the document isn't about synchronicity as such. Right? It's like you're using the term synchronicity in quite a special way that other people aren't going to. Like what I'm saying, I can basically guarantee you, some people are going to open up the document, expect you to be usually talking about synchronicity the phenomenon, and would go away disillusioned, unable to make heads or tails of what you've done, because they had a false idea of what you're going to be doing by the title. But I guarantee you that will happen.
Well, here's what I was aiming for is when I was young, I read a book by James Redfield. I don't know if you know this psychologist. He wrote a pop psychology book that was for everybody. He kind of took these really these therapeutic high level terms and he kind of boiled them down to these kind of spiritual terms. He said, when you're moving through your life, you can treat it as a journey of synchronicity, or you can treat it as mundane and boring, where nothing miraculous ever happens. But it says, when you think in this special kind of way, when you're open to synchronicity, you find the deeper meaning behind ordinary events that makes your life a journey and an adventure worth living. He says, that's the point of life. And he says, there's risk, and there's novelty, and there's people you meet, and your life just gets abundant, and it's worth living. There's like this livingness to it, a deeper meaning, a deeper purpose. And he says, when you're moving, in the book with him, saying these ordinary people that you meet, you can treat them as ordinary, but when you do that, you miss the synchronicity, the deeper message that they're there to tell you, that continues your journey on this deeper sense of meaning making. And it's really the meaning is to actualize who you are at a higher level, right? Higher levels of thinking and being. And so I think a genuine philosopher is doing that with everybody. But the only way to find that deeper message is if you know how to recognize it. And so what Hegel's logic teaches you is how to recognize the supersensuous message in everything that looks particular.
I don't think that we disagree on that. Like my perspective on it is just that, like the document may be what you're describing in the document may indeed be synchronistic, but what you're describing is not synchronicity. Like synchronicity is something more specific than what you're describing in your document. And people are going to think you're talking about that specific thing because you used it as a label in the title of the document.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to teach people an attitude so that when they go in their life, they have a higher sense of how to recognize and create synchronicity in their lives, the genuine philosopher. So that's the result of the whole document.
So I understand that. And that's something that we talk about in the document. It doesn't necessarily make it a good title for the document.
So what would you need to? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. What would you need to see, or what would you change in that document to make it applicable to that title, synchronicity document? Like, what's missing?
I wouldn't. That's the thing. I wouldn't want to change anything in the document. I think the document is still on its own. It has its own merit, which is different to what a document would have. What I would do is move the reference to synchronicity into an info paragraph or something, where you explain what the document is intended to do, and take it out of the title and have something more informative in the title.
It's not a bad suggestion.
Because I want to preserve the mystical, because Hegel says genuine philosophy is mysticism. But it's this kind of cunning of reason where everything's actually rational, even the miracles and the unconnected events that seem unconnected. It says you are the one actually able to access the meaning, but you have to be the one that recognizes it because you're connected to this, your absolute self, and you have to connect back to that deeper reasoning that you had as absolute spirit. So I want to preserve the mysticalness of it, that when you're looking at the document, it's not just like the simultaneousness of it is part of it, but it's the right order. Simultaneity in right order is what creates the meaning. I think it's
fine, and I think that notion is best expressed in an introductory paragraph rather than in the title. Because like all the explanations get really need to make sense of this. These explanations you can't give every person who reads the title. And I guarantee you I'm not the only person who's gonna think. Because the reason I'm saying this is I myself was confused by your title projection. I thought it was confusing with the document. It didn't actually have anything to do with synchronicity per se. Right? And it's not, like I said, like now you've explained its connection with synchronicity to me, but that explanation should be part of the document. That's exactly what I'm saying. That explanation should should be an introductory sort of little paragraph or whatever in the document.
Oh, you're saying
So
keep.
that,
Okay.
sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, so you're saying keep the title, but put an explanation?
No, I mean, like I said, I would change the title
Okay.
and keep the idea. Yeah. More what you currently got into the title into an explanation and replace the title with something a little more fitting is really the criticism. Because you're not going to lose what you've already got by just making it an introduction. It's still pretty much the first thing someone's going to read. But you're not going to confuse anything, which seems paramount, but paramount important.
I don't know. I still feel like it's important. So let me explain a practical example. Let's say we have two columns. Let's say we have the Hegel column and we have, let's say, Kant's column. So you have Kant and you have Hegel. On the outside, they're supposed to be opposites, right? Hegel's supposed to be refuting Kant. He's not Kant. They're two causally unrelated events.
What in your mind are we arguing about? Just so I'm clear.
I'm actually going to go over the exact definition of synchronicity in the dictionary and show how every word pertains to the document. So,
yeah, what do you think we're arguing about? Like, summarize the contention that you understand.
That you want me to change the synchronicity document because your philosophy has to do with synchronicity and you want an accurate understanding so that it's not confusing for when you bring people into the document, or you want to utilize that term for yourself?
No, definitely not. It's not about me or my work or anything like that. It's about the fact that this word already has a meaning, and your use of it diverges in an important way from how people would expect you to be using it.
What if I show you?
Even though you've explained it to me, and I understand why you would think it's sensible to invoke the term, and I'm not even completely against you invoking it in the document, the notion of having it as the title, I seriously think that is misleading in a problematic way. And like I myself had that experience. So like, what it's confusing to me. It's like you're saying like, well that's you. But it's not just going to be. Lots of people are familiar with the same idea of synchronicity as I am, because that's how you're using the term. You notice this phenomenon. If you don't make explicit mention of that phenomenon, people will be confused. And like, there is no like explaining why you think it applies. Won't do anything to disarm the criticism that it still shouldn't be a title.
Well, I don't think it's diverging though. I think it's actually fulfilling the term rationally, what it's actually meaning. So, for instance, when people,
even if that's true, I don't think that. Like, I think that the degree to which the document fulfills the term rationally doesn't offset the confusion it causes. It doesn't, and the confusion is more likely to make someone disengage into it. So they never see how like brilliant the attribution is. This confuses them, and they get turned off by the fact that they're not being clear that they felt you disliked them, and then they just stop reading it. That's going to happen.
I think we're leading them to the proper way to think about synchronicity. Just think about it. Let me explain. Like the reason.
The thing is, what you're talking about isn't synchronicity. It might involve synchronicity, but at no point do you prescribe a conceptual framework for synchronicity. Synchronicity is just a part of what you're describing. It isn't the point.
For me, it is because we're trying to create peace, right? And synchronicity is about, in my opinion, it's about creating peace and deeper meaning that makes your life worth living.
But synchronicity is not the same as people having the same ideas group. That isn't the same thing. If everyone on Earth agreed about a philosophy of life, that wouldn't constitute synchronicity, my guy.
Well, maybe it's different. Well, I almost feel like, you know how the beetle example broke her out of the death? Because when you're fixed, right, when you're stable, you're actually dead. Hegel says, like, you start to die, right? So you lose the livingness, and that's why she was in the psychiatry chairs, because something was wrong with her life. She wasn't growing. So in order to re-implement that purpose, that growing, she had to have something that broke her out of her rigid reasoning. And this brought the life back into her reasoning. That there's a deeper reasoning that she needs to align with to continue her growth. There's miraculous, mystical things happening. She doesn't know it all yet. It's to open her mind. And I think that's really what this document does, is opening people's mind beyond their current compass of understanding.
I mean, again, just like yesterday, I'm starting to feel like you're not really listening to me. because that's the thing is, I've already heard your rationalization for why it applies. You're not going to move me on that. I've already agreed it applies, so there isn't any more movement to do. You just would like to go further than that and say it's so applicable, which should be the title. And I just disagree with that. I think you're wrong about that, and you might be wrong about it because you're not right about everything. And just for the record, neither is Hegel. There is bound to be things that you have said that you should disagree with, and you should know what they are, being such a Hegel expert. You should have a list of things he said that you actually don't agree with. The fact that you don't, I understand your explanation of it, but still, to me, it's like it damages your credibility that you can't articulate those in which your thought diverges from it.
Oh, wow. I guess, for me, I think that I'm still being rational because you said the key word in your last rebuttal to me, because we're going back and forth, right? And so you said, no, your definition of the synchronicity thing is diverging from the real one. And so I was actually showing you, actually, I think it's completely aligned. I think I have a better understanding. So in explaining, the nuance isn't being picked up, but that's why I was going to make it irrefutable by saying, look, I'm going to use the beetle example. So I'm taking what you're saying and I'm saying, here's what you're saying. And here's the deeper meaning.
It's like you seem to think that the best way to analyze whether the use of the term is appropriate is just to look at the dictionary. The dictionary, what that encodes is the usage patterns of a culture, okay? The living language is in the usage patterns of the culture. So if you're using the term in a way, people who use the term regularly wouldn't understand you are using it wrong. Okay? You might have a novel term, you might have a novel use for it, in which case that would be a new sense of the term. But if you're just using the term in a way that other people who use the term regularly didn't understand, right? You're like imposing on it a use case that other people would find confusing, right? Then yeah, even if you can say, well, here is why I think my use of it fits all of the technical criteria of the definition, if in actual practice the way you use it confuses people, you are using it wrong or you're not explaining it properly. Those are really the only possibilities.
Well, that's why I was picking up the beetle example. I was just saying, what's the point of synchronicity? What's the lesson? What's it trying to teach us? And I think in your beetle example, so I was going to do the dictionary definition, the technical thing you said, but I was also going to use your own example to say, actually, if Hegel is right, and my interpretation is right of that event, it actually fits into dialectical logic. And what the lesson of the beetle is that you're breaking people out of ossified thinking.
Yes, it fits into it, but it isn't the point of it, right? In fact, synchronicity is part and parcel of the dialectical process, not the other way around, which makes the name of the document misleading.
I don't think so, because the point of the example, right? He's explaining not really dialectics, but it is dialectical. But the point is that you have to break, like the therapeutic healing thing of that example. The thing that was great and positive of the synchronicity was that it broke her out of this ossified dead thinking. That's the whole point of synchronicity, right? That's why it's a positive event, not a negative event.
I understand that. Yes, it is. But, and you don't seem to understand this. It is synchronicity goes to an experience, okay? And that's why I used an example. Young describes his experience of synchronicity. Synchronicity should always concern itself with examples, and what's in your document does not constitute examples of synchronicity. Like it just doesn't. So it's confusing because people are expecting you to tell a story of an experience that involved a synchronistic happening, and you're not doing that at all. It's not in any way.
Well, let me finish my example because I was going to show you what that feels like. So the experience that I'm hoping people feel, like that epiphany, like that woman had an epiphany. She saw the beetle and it broke her out, right? She had a spontaneous realization that idealized that event. It made it meaningful. So what will happen in the document, I think, is that there will be people who subscribe to their favorite philosopher, and it won't be Hegel. Let's say it's Kant, right? Like Kant had the answer. My whole frame of life, my whole philosophy aligns with Kant. This is how it is. Subjective idealism and the noumena and the thing in itself is how we're interpreting the world. The categories of our thinking are like fragments that try to interpret reality, but will never grasp the thing in itself, right? It's
I
never,
understand.
right? So that's the limit of their interpretation of the world. And if they're suffering in their world, then that means maybe there's something limited about their philosophy, just like the woman with the dream of the beetle or something. So now, in the document, right, for metaphysics, go ahead.
I understand how synchronicity is implicated.
Because I'm giving you, I have to explain the buildup so it won't make sense, right? So the metaphysical column is just filled with noumena. Like in each row, there's just noumena. Because Kant said you can't actually know the metaphysics behind the thing in itself. It's noumena. You'll never know it. You can approximate it, but that's psychology. So the first part is metaphysics as metaphysics, and then it has, the phenomenology or the philosophies of nature, and then you have psychology. So all the stuff about the categories of thought are down here. They're not up here. So here you just put noumena, noumena, noumena. It's like just one indeterminacy. The whole, like the first 20, 30 rows are just like indeterminate. So noumena is what he calls that. So that's somebody who's stuck in that frame, in that limited understanding, has those categories unmovably there. They're fixed. There's no metaphysics, mystical, blah, blah, blah. It's garbage to them. So now you look over at Hegel's column. What does Hegel put in those rows? And you're thinking he can't put anything because he can't know. It's the thing in itself. So then all of a sudden you see, holy crap, he put a bunch of different words here. What the heck? And then all of a sudden, when they really understand what those words are, they'll look at it like, no, those categories belong way down here with Kant. Like in the psychology, those categories are just psychological categories that are messed up in our brains. And then you realize, like once you read Hegel, he wants you to have this spontaneous revelation that no, the categories that we think are subjective are objectively thinking themselves metaphysically. That's what metaphysics is. And you're defining the impermanency determinately. That's what Hegel said. He said, these categories you take for granted every day is why you can know the object at all. It is the most profound thing. You just never think to question it. And all of a sudden, when you grasp the logical order of it and that it's doing it without you, it shatters that fixity in your thinking, and you synchronize with this deeper, like you transcend what you thought you knew with this deeper meaning behind what the noumena actually are. And it causes you to reinvigorate this deadness. That's not the real way the world works. It's dead here. You can't say anything. It's fixed. And Hegel brings it back to life by making you question your greatest assumptions, right?
And then what you're saying, purpose of your book, the elicit of synchronicity. But that isn't what the fucking title suggests. It suggests it's going to be a document of synchronicity.
Now, the point is that you are part of the document when you're reading it. You are learning synchronicity.
I understand it. The question you need to ask yourself, my friend, is will the average person who reads it? You need to ask yourself whether people will in fact get to the end to see the genius of your title scheme, or whether you will alienate them by confusing them in a way that actually isn't very warranted. It's not necessary. You could achieve the same thing as what you're doing with the title in an introductory paragraph without misleading anybody. And honestly, I've got to be honest with you, Mark, okay? Because I feel like by re-explaining to me why you think it should have the title, you have actually just added more detail to something I kind of already knew, right? Because you just repeated yourself 2 times. It's not that I have any problem with that argument, it's that I don't think that justifies having it in the title. And so every time you return to just arguing about why you think it's an appropriate label to use in connection with the document, you're not actually addressing where it should be. That is my criticism. Should it be in the title or in the introduction? And by saying, well, the whole document is supposed to generate a synchronicity for you, I still think that if you have it in the title like this, without an introductory paragraph, you're going to confuse people. Let's say you put an introductory paragraph in. At the very least, then what you've done is you've made the title less confusing, which is good. But I think you could go even further to give a determinate description of what the document contains rather than what it is meant to do, because documents are containers. You expect them to be labeled with their fucking contents.
Well, you're a part of the document. it's a reminder that what you're thinking is not synchronicity. Let me put one more thought out there. Like I want the title to be a reminder that the initial fragmentariness of the document is not the document, it's you. And so I want the title to remind them that actually this painful process is actually going to result in something that's very beautiful and mystical, which is synchronicity. So I want the title to be a reminder.
As far as I'm concerned, that sentiment could be better expressed in half a dozen ways. Seriously, I can think of half a dozen of them off the top of my head that are better than synchronicity documents and philosophy. Okay? A name should be self-explanatory. Yours isn't, and to the degree that it is, it's misleading.
Well, to me, it's obvious because I understand synchronicity. Most people don't.
Bro, everybody who writes a document, the title is obvious to them. The question is, okay, and this is, you can do a little experiment here, okay? Anyone who you recommend a document to from now on, okay, with no changes to it, do a survey and ask them what they think the name means, and I bet you under 10% are going to guess what you mean by it. Under 10%. If anyone at all, bro. The whole point of the language is to communicate something to other people, not to yourself. If you're good in getting that you understand it, well, that's cool. The whole point of the document is so other people can understand.
The point of the document is to not come down to people and ordinary understanding, to raise ordinary understanding to genuine philosophy. Genuine philosophy is mystical, like synchronicity. It makes perfect sense, man.
It makes perfect sense to you, okay? It didn't make perfect sense to me, and I'm not the only one who would be confused by it. And I'm actually very annoyed by the amount of stubbornness. It's making me feel like you don't actually value my opinion, because like a lot of what I've said, I don't feel, and I had this feeling yesterday. That's why I left the roughly half. I felt like you weren't listening to me. I'm feeling again like you're not listening to me today. And after a certain point, I will run out of patience and just roughly leave again. Because that's what I do when someone's really annoying me and I can't get them to stop. So like I really am feeling like you're not taking the time to honestly reflect on what I'm saying. I would appreciate it if you could go away, maybe ask some other people their opinions on the title, see if they intuitively understand it, and come back to me after you've had time to actually let's look it over. Because so far, I feel like what you're doing is you're defending what you have called it rather than engaging with my criticism.
So now we're the concept, the conversation has subtly shifted. We're actually talking about a different thesis now. You're saying, okay, where you're aiming, so maybe the content of the document is right. You're making a synchronicity. Okay, fine, you can prove that, but it's not going to work in practice because people aren't going to interpret it that way. And I'm saying that's okay.
No, the content of the objection hasn't changed at all. The content of the objection is that the content of the document doesn't justify calling it a synchronicity document. And even though you have explained why you think it's appropriate, even though I understand why you think it's appropriate, I don't think that justifies giving it that title because of the misunderstanding and relocation in the minds of the majority of your readers.
But it's going to happen. Like I agree with you, right? I predict that most people, like 99% of people, will look at that document at first before knowing anything about it. They will look at it with their ordinary understanding, and they won't understand why it's synchronicity. But that's the question mark. Is that once it starts to get famous, and people start to understand what I just explained to you, it'll break them out of the. That's the woman. So it's like the woman before she sees the beetle is what you're like when you look at the document. You're there with your broken, rigid, dead thinking, and it's like this is a boring spreadsheet, and you're not experiencing the synchronicity that's underneath it. So people, it'll start to create. Let me just finish for a second. They'll start to experience this weird feeling. It's like, why is everybody raving about this boring ass document? It's not going to make sense, but they're gonna think that there's got to be more to it, and they're gonna put the time in, and then it's gonna click one day. That's why they call it the synchronicity document, and they get the synchronicity. They feel it. It happens to them. That's what I want.
That's a very nice story telling yourself about what's going to happen. What very well could happen.
It happened to me with Hegel.
What very well could happen is your dream of other people putting in enough time for it to be famous could be stymied by your reluctance to use language other people will understand. You might end up not actually being committing anyone with the document. They might just not understand it and not invest the time, and you might be forgotten. There's an Arabic proverb that I really like that expresses this well, right? It's like, how do you prevent camels from getting lost in the storm in the middle of the night sandstorm, right? untethered and just pray to Allah, which seems to be what you're doing. I'm saying take all the measures you can to make sure other people understand you, and then pray to that higher ideal. Fine. But don't fucking neglect to take measures within your reach by saying, I don't need to. Everyone's going to fall in line with the higher ideal, and then they will understand my unique reason for going with this. Well, it might just be better not to lose the penalty to begin with.
Well, let me adopt. Were you going to say something, Switch?
I think that it's compelling way to push the criticism. Because we're talking about like the video about the title of the document, not necessarily the reason for my stuff out of that. Or, you can't imagine that this will have, you know, very population. So if you just factor in the idea of public appeal in terms of comprehension of life, I believe that point stands at least the dignity of consideration, or I have to think that over, or something to that effect. Like I would take time.
Well, I have taken pause, so I mean, the conversation is shifting, and I kind of thought it would, because it's like I've justified why I called it synchronicity, and I think I did a really great job. But now the problem is that nobody's going to interpret the way I want it to. It's a good meaning, but nobody's going to interpret that way. So why don't we increase the chances by tying up the camel and bringing it down a little bit? And I'm saying that's the problem that we don't want to do. We don't want to have that. Like nobody understands Hegel, not because he doesn't have the truth. It's because they think he needs to turn into their understanding, not the other way around. And I said, no, I think people need to rise up, and it will be difficult in the beginning, but I think that's why we need to teach it this way.
Yeah, I have that one of the conversation. It's really ticking me off, actually. You keep describing this as conversational shifting. I am very adept, actually, at monitoring a conversation. The conversation is not shifting up. He may not have initially understood my criticism, but in its state of saying the whole time, okay, the whole time it was, it's an inappropriate name, not because it doesn't apply at all, but because it doesn't apply in the way a title is supposed to for a document. And I said from the beginning, it would occasion a misunderstanding in the mind of the reader. I cannot see how you can justify starting one fucking moving the discussion. I absolutely am not, and I resent that suggestion.
Well, I guess, okay, so if I added a sentence in the, because the title is supposed to summarize the essence of the document, and you're saying it's not talking about this realization that's supposed to happen in the person, but if I put a sentence at the very start of it and I said, this document is going to cause you to experience a deeper meaning in your life by recognizing a deeper reasoning that's kind of mystical. By looking at all these philosophers who look different, it's going to teach you this deeper logic and how to recognize this deeper meaning to the world, and it's going to wake you up. That's the point of this document, and it's called synchronicity. Is that what's missing in the content of the document to justify the title?
Well, maybe. Like I said, to get halfway to satisfy my objection to the summary instruction paragraph, yes. That does satisfy so much of the problem I have. Ultimately, I still think there is a more fitting name you could choose for a good document. Oh yeah, I'm happy to just put a paragraph at the beginning that elaborates, clarifies why you chose to put the document. But just on a personal level, it hurts me and something hasn't been managed correctly. And like that's the thing, that's also really bothers me because I have a gift in this area. Like it's not you're not appreciating what I'm saying. I would say pretty much everyone I've ever met has agreed. When it comes to like picking names, picking words to describe something, coming up with the correct words, I have a gift for that. Really good. I know when something is named correctly and when it isn't.
Well, maybe I'm gifted too, and I recognize your gift because you're pointing out an incredible nuance between synchronicity and simultaneity. But simultaneity is missing something that's more living, which is meaning making. We as living creatures interpret things in a living way, which is meaningful. Whereas simultaneousness kind of has this more dead, it doesn't have this meaning component. It's just like parallelism happening, it's more computer-like in a way. You can have simultaneousness without meaning making, but I'm saying the document is meaningful for that reason.
I agree with you. That's exactly why I included other words that undeniably brings in the notion of living, growing, moving. Okay? I actually amended the title a little bit and said, made what I thought was a relevant objection that if you wanted it to be mystical, right? That makes sense to me. That's how I changed to simultaneous mysterious both, right? That's what I personally said. Maybe it needs to be refined more, maybe, I don't know. But the point is, I think that's more appropriate. And as a tagline or whatever, subtitle, which always, because it's supposed to clarify what the content is, right? Just the way the title goes. You can use the text to clarify one another, right? Tagline is applied towards synchronization is living, breathing, flowing, the real force. Which I would think actually touches on pretty much every aspect of what you're trying to express. Maybe not, because I'm not you, right? But it certainly seems to more completely capture what you're aiming for than synchronicity documenting philosophy. Kind of like a blueprint thing.
But what's the point of that string of living logic, like all that? What you put there? What's the point of all that?
So that is to evoke a sense of livingness. Breathing, flowing, and growing all evoke a sense of living.
But what's the point of having a person who's a reader? What's the point of them having that experience? What are they trying to achieve?
Then they get a sense of what you might. This thing is what it does is it describes what the content of the document is, right? What and sort of alludes to what it's for, right? When it comes to the contents of the document, I feel like really what you're describing is a mysterious, simultaneous way towards like some kilos of thought itself, right? And then there's an idea of it being mysterious, mystical, right? Then obviously there's like a third idea, and then there's an idea that it's alive, right?
Yeah, we wanted to have an experience. The whole point of the living to show the living of the
Yeah.
logic and all the simultaneous. The point of all of that is not just process it theoretically, but to actually experience something. And it feels like this. And the word when you feel it for yourself, right? We don't just want them to read it in a dead way. This is supposed to cause a real epiphany in them, and that epiphany is synchronicity.
So what you said is actually my point. My point is your title does read in dead way, at least to me. And I would be surprised if it's just me. Okay? That's exactly my criticism is. Despite your best intention, to me, I like to think my opinion is probably worth something. I'm a pretty intelligent guy. I happen to be quite interested in the kind of topics you're interested in. I'd like to think my opinion is actually worth something. To me, I can tell you for a fact, my experiences, it did feel dead, it did feel attached. I had to bring it up as an objection just to get the clarification. So like I said, that initial introductory paragraph, to me, that's essential. Right? And I would also change the name. But if you just want to opt for that introductory paragraph, that's good enough. And at the very least, that puts a stopgap in there so that people aren't confused in the way that I was.
So I could do that. That's one idea. I guess I could write the summary, but some way it's kind of like when you're describing a joke and they say when you're explaining a joke, it kills the joke. It kills the experience of the laughter, the spontaneity of it. Because when you explain the joke, it's like you're picking it apart and analyzing it when there's a quickness to it. But you're slowing it down and you're like, okay, you're killing the frog. But I'm saying, let me finish with the analogy. It's like the reason why you're having that experience because you don't understand Hegel, and the real refutation process is both sublation. And I think you look at it and you're not having the same experience as I am because there's something missing in your consciousness that's not making the connection of why this is actually going to create synchronicity. So you need the explanatory paragraph. But what if I don't put the explanatory paragraph and I say, hey, look, there's this mystical title, synchronicity. Why is he calling this synchronicity? And then all of a sudden one day you'll be reading and all of a sudden it'll make sense to you. And it's like, oh.
But personally, again, it fucking annoys me with your insinuation that really what's going on is just that I don't understand properly. There's something lacking in my understanding of the world or my understanding of dialectics that is responsible for, like, to me, arrogant of you to say, honestly. Maybe I just don't like your name. Maybe I don't like it's yours. Hegel didn't come up with it, you did. So whatever you might say about how masterful Hegel's ideas are, right? Really what I'm saying is I don't think your name is appropriate. Now, it's all good and well for you to say, well, I think that's because you don't understand Hegel properly. Maybe that is wise, but honestly, I kind of doubt it. You know, and really, I with that suggestion, I just don't understand it because my objection just reflects my ignorance. I think my patience is up to it. So I'm going to go in a sec. I really appreciate you getting back to me on that wisdom quiz, you know, because obviously I did invest a chunk of time to do that for you. I'm doing it here as you can. You know. So yeah, I'm a little annoyed with you, so I'm going to go for now. I guess I'll talk to you later. If you're talking to Eddie today, right?
Okay, well, it was a pleasure. I will get to the quiz for sure. I look forward to it. Ooh, steamy.
that he has I think it's expected and put everything that comes from as a literary word. I think he understands really well.
He is.
Can I share my experience of even watching the document?
Yeah.
Okay. So from my point of view, when it's relatively similar to math and something that we're talking about, I know enough about Hegel to not disagree on many things. There's a lot of things both with information that come across that's the Hegel. Uh, but the idea that when you open the document about philosophy, that it's like it does feel like a
It feels like a what?
bit like a joke. Like I I can tell it's sincere, but at a deeper conceptual level, I wonder, are you are you soul? Is this like a deep soul, or is there a love to it? Because especially can be true, to my experience. I'm not saying that that's the possible thing. It's just the idea that you open this document long as deep mystery and philosophy, and you would have almost like a codex. It's like it feels a little bit like wait, what puzzle is this? I don't know where did I kind of it brings this kind of complicated starting to time. So that much of it is okay, what's the puzzle, what's the mystery, what's the game? And in the introductory paragraph, before anyone this happens. But also a title that says exactly what it is. I get what Matt's pointing out, but I get what you're pointing out as well. Like the title for you is kind of like the plant the seed of what sprouts at the end of it. So I don't really know what this is, but maybe just think about it, dream about it, and yeah.
I'll give you one more thing.
Okay.
So when you're thinking kind of when we're trying to think speculatively, we're trying to do opposites and contradictions. So when most people think about philosophy, they don't think about mysticism, and a lot of mystical types, the psychics, the people that alchemists that Matt likes, they don't
Yeah.
want to become philosophers because it seems dead, dry, boring. There's no mystical life there. Like philosophy is dead right now. The real philosophy is not happening. That's why it's not governing the world. And Hegel says philosophy should be governing everything, every aspect of our society with wisdom. And so you get
For
all these
sure.
mystics that have tremendous insight, but they're not taken seriously, and then they get warded off from philosophy. And then you hear somebody like Hegel coming along and saying the science of logic is the truth. As a mystic, you're like, oh my god, you get repelled from that. You're like, ew. because they're thinking of the old science and the old logic, which are dead, completely dead. But we want to invite those people in. So what I'm saying is, no, this science of logic stuff looks one way, but actually, when you truly understand it, it turns into synchronicity, which is what they like, right? So it's a nice way to sort of get people to sublate these oppositions in philosophy and realize that you're doing everything at once. If you are a scientific, logical person, Hegel is more scientific and logical than a scientist. If you want to be mystical and have mysticism, well, Hegel is more hermeneutic and synchronistic than most psychics. And I want to give that balance to the document. That's why I want to keep it there. I want to remind people, actually, this is a mystical thing. It's not supposed to be a boring spreadsheet. But for the accountants and for the people that are stuck in linear thinking, they're going to love that. It's just that we have to teach the mystical types that actually there's a living, breathing way to interpret this document. But you're going to have to understand Hegel to get there. And
you would like to have people order the science of your logic, so to speak.
Yeah, if you lose the order, you sort of end up in superstition, which is the bad part of mysticism. So they have to learn the order, but they have to learn it in the universal way. And the way to do that quickly is an app, but I don't have money to pay for an app. I don't have enough. I don't have the programmers to make the app because I want them to do the wisdom quiz, because I don't want anybody really touching the movement unless they understand the dialectic, because it'll twist you into your opposite, even if you're well-meaning. And so what will happen is, as the app becomes really wealthy, like worth a lot of money, that carnal nature inside of people that's unfulfilled, if they're not real philosophers where they sublate it into the universal perspective, it'll just bubble up and then they'll lose control of themselves. And then the dialectic works its magic from the inside out, rip your team apart from the inside out. And jealousy and all this craziness happens. So I want my programs to do the wisdom quiz. So it'll be an app, but the document right now is the best way, I think, to get it done. And we're just going to have to train enough people to read it right. So go ahead.
Well, it sounds like a filter in a way to kind of keep up the riffraff.
It's not to keep out the riffraff, it's to keep out ordinary fragmented thinking of pain. Because when you're a child, you actually have more concrete thinking. Then you learn all these abstractions, and it separates you from your soul, basically. That's how I described it to Matt. And that's like, wow, I actually like that analogy because in The Alchemist, Paulo Coelho, or however you say his name, he's saying there's the world soul, and you're supposed to follow your destiny by following this inner guidance, right? With these outward signs. And so he really liked that explanation. I said, that's why I want to keep the synchronicity. That's why I want to keep that mystical aspect to the philosophical component, because Hegel says that's what philosophy is. And I think once it clicks for Matt will be like, oh my God, he'll realize what the document really means. You just have to get people's perspectives changing and keeping out everybody's able to think this way. It's just the pain and the trauma that this unwise societal structure does to children. That's what we want to heal. So we're not keeping the riffraff, we're healing the riffraff in people, I guess. I don't know. We just don't want to make it an exclusive thing. Everybody can learn.
Yeah, it's just kind of dispense with the esoteric, exclusionary kind of elements.
Elitism.
All the elitism that accompanies philosophy or infinity of science or high-minded abstraction isn't required to do. So it sounds like you're kind of coming up.
Yeah, everybody can experience synchronicity. So I think it's a great title.
Well, for me, synchronicity is it's an always-on phenomenon. It's just us that falls out of the line of it. And it's kind of, well, essentially I think that's why we use a different spelling with the T at the beginning of it. Having to, anything that pertains to psi phenomenon. Like, it has to do with psychology or psychopathy or any of these other telepathic these different ways of how reality or nature, they all kind of come to bear because of the synchronicity. But even more so when you're thinking in terms of it.
So the picture. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Well, on the movement that I'm it's clearly that there is a reason why a particular word. I think it's very good for conversation. oh, like another guy like maybe avoid something actually like relationship or something like that. And we get this because words are relationships. We think it's kind of completely our understanding of that word for the individual stuff. Sometimes we end up having to tile over that essence. It's languageable understanding. Let's share that with other people and feel very connected. So, at least with our mind, I'm just going to say, wow, and this mind, body, and soul all together, all the different ways of looking at it. Well, that to me sounds like the next or more, or spirit. There's different ways that have throughout history, people have tried to encapsulate this dimension. That your personality adds to that issue with the spreadsheet. And maybe there's an element here that is maybe set to the side. I know that you're not, I if you are,
It's a little ironic.
there's a little irony there, yeah.
How do you show synchronicity in a document? How do you show something that's ineffable in a spreadsheet? The most like defined, it's a perfect contrast. I mean, it's kind of funny. So you're kind of picking up on the juxtaposition a little bit.
Okay.
But here, I'll give you an example. I love you bring up mind, body, soul, and spirit. Um, so when you put P in front of like what he does is he makes synchronicity or
Yeah.
psychology. Hegel says that don't do that. He says that's only one side. He says this psychological, like the finite. When you think psychological, think finite consciousness. He's saying that actually there's an objective consciousness that's metaphysical. And when you study the science of logic, it's almost like mapping out perfect synchronicity. Like all those categories are perfectly synchronized, but they're different. They're happening eternally, instantaneously, timelessly, spacelessly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so what you are is a fractal repetition of this insensuousness. Your mind is the opening of that realm in nascent form, and you're returning to that realm. So every discovery you think you're making is actually already meaningfully thought out in this other world. You're just a particular experience of that. It's the essence of that. And so when you attain spirit, absolute spirit is grasping this world of perfect synchronicity in the sensuous realm, and you see that synchronicity in all events around it, and they belong to you in a meaningful way. That's how you become spirit, is through synchronicity, a realization of the perfect synchronicity behind things. That's the super sensuous essence. And we're kind of showing it, we're getting people started with a spreadsheet, but it opens up the infinite world of synchronicity. So when you look at your particularities, you see it, you recognize it, because it's in your super sensuous realm.
Can I ask, like, how do you differentiate between eternity and infinity?
So eternity is an already completed phenomenon, I would say.
Yeah, totally.
And an infinite is kind of like it's constant ongoing. So there's an infinite. Yeah. There's just not a completed.
I have a really short kind of almost axiomatic way to put it. I say infinity is without beginning or end, and infinity is beginning without end.
Yeah, that's a good dialectic. I actually like because it gets to the circularity of reason. So yes, okay.
Both of it.
Yeah.
There's enough differences where it's so similar to what you said, right? I felt that and your thinking.
That's good. I like that actually. I might end up using it.
It's a fun phrase in my opinion. I've met a lot of people that actually resonate with that decision as well. So I don't know. There's maybe in all differences and similarities what to be found with each other's philosophy. I will probably have a different opinion of the expenses after that day was put over. Like this is not even immediate action when I have a case with like small bias investigation. There is power reasoning and like whatever it is that you do after this education coming out at you against me and you're receiving it as graciously as you can. So this is what I think is about. Beginning with different elements of our time, with the spoken word or language, the text, the document, whatever that may be, and then getting honest
I really appreciate the feedback too. There's something I'm a little bit concerned with Matt a little bit. He runs out of, there's not a lot of space. So I mean, as a philosopher, you're supposed to have a lot of space because there's a lot of sense making that's going on, and Hegel gives you that confidence, so it allows you to hold the space for passion. And it seems like there's something that's restricting his space, and so I'm like, oh, there's a little bit of fragility there, and I'm like, we need to the wisdom quizzes to help create that space. But his feedback is so, I know it has to do with his incredible intelligence, because when you're that intelligent, you start doing that recognition quickly, and you don't have to have the space, you don't have to have it. So that's what I think is going on here. And when he comes up against resistance, like, it was such good feedback because I intuitively chose that name. It feels right to call it that. So I already know in my intuition that I'm doing something right. But his incredible nuanced thinking allowed me to bring it out. And I think I did a really good job just now. And I'm really happy to be surrounded by people like this because, the negation is the clarification process. And that's exactly what happened here. And you have a little bit more space. So thank you.
And I would essentially regard this as doing like a entire kind of element. So checking out the model,
Yeah.
and as you said, it brings out the nuance in your own profession. So that's the end of it, right? I feel that I can be nice on a lot of things, and there's very few things where I'm like, this requires my whole soul to be one or the other. I literally am supposed to be like out of it sometimes, but I don't think that that's I don't think this is true psychology. I don't think this is like a different language between nearly having different reasons for why they say it. But ultimately, the document is good. I don't know, like your nation is close to the document, so whatever it is.
That's good. Hopefully it makes sense though, or else it's not reasonable. But I'll point out one more thing
Sure.
is like in philosophy right now there's a brittleness. And like we kind of saw a little bit just now with Matt, but it happened last night too. And it happened with the other two guys. And what's happening is the reason why we can't make mistakes, like, I think Matt's is probably going to come around and say, okay, that's why you're calling. I just didn't know that in the beginning. That will probably happen a month from now or 2 months or something. But the reason why he couldn't do it in the moment is because if he admitted that, okay, I didn't know that, in philosophy, if you say that, people will abandon you. Like, oh, you don't know anything, blah, blah, blah. I thought you knew what you were talking about. So there's a component of abandonment, which makes us want to hold on to something that's not rational. And so it looks like that's what I'm doing now. It's like I'm holding on because I'm being rational. But actually, when I thought it through, I'm like, actually, no, I think I will. Because I was thinking, well, maybe I should switch it. And then going through it, I'm thinking, oh, okay, now I know why I did that. And there was good reasons. As we went along, I was actually providing more reasons. But I think that this fragility is created by literally just abandonment. So that's why I took the vow on abandonment, because whether he's right or not, it doesn't matter the negations. That doesn't matter anymore because you're never going to get abandoned. So you have this freedom and this safety to make mistakes, to admit that you're wrong, to learn. Like without the vow of abandonment, I don't think it's realistic to expect people to do that. Because like, look, I just got abandoned like 4 times in literally a day, and it's like that's what philosophy is like. And it's just because we were talking about naming a document and how to explain pure being to pure nothing. It's just like, whoa, like this is what philosophy is like in the world, and that's why our friendships and our philosophical friendships are fragile and scary, and you can't build anything stable or enduring. But I want to hold that space and say, yeah, you know what, you might have caught me in something. Okay, admit it, but I want to. By you picking a side, you're abandoning Matt, right? Or you're abandoning me. But it's like, what if we just get rid of that abandonment and just say, no, we're still rationing, and even if I disagree with you, I'm still going to listen to you because you're a good, wise person, even if I don't agree with something in your philosophy,
I hear your valid perspective, and I want to learn more about it. I want to understand more about why you play with you, why you agitate with you, why you deny with you. Like all of that is concept. So it is essentially young willing to embody this is part of it and philosophy. And there's an element of as far as I can tell that makes it hard to fit with the philosopher because I believe we have a sentiment amongst the Christians, this, that, and this, the good, arguing about this, that, and this. lot of books with stuff. So I don't know, man. I'm interested. And everyone is reversing the power of novel to this. And kind of trying to come back to universal language that expresses the logic of the heart, the way that there's more knowledge and
I like that. Hegel says the notion is in the heart of everything. It's the heart of hearts. So he's not shy
heart
to
of
use
heart.
that language. Yeah. So I like that you use that language.
That's where I found a lot of people that advocate, a lot of people that advocate for Hegel have this stuff after I like my husband is said, man, you're gonna like Hegel. And I always be honest, and I'm like, it's just having fun with it, like, I don't want to know.
Well, it's surprising. And then I always hesitate too to like pick a philosopher. I never had a mentor or anything like that. And then there was something strange happening. It was high enough that I feel like, okay, now I can go in this direction and feel that I'm not going against my inner philosopher. Here goes the final boss. We just got to sublate him, and it's okay. So I'm still being critical. I'm like, that doesn't really make sense. But then, of course, maybe 1,000 hours later, I'm like, okay, now it makes sense. But eventually that will happen where it doesn't.
At least you're willing to transcend the picture, like, so to speak. Like, that is a necessary component of every philosophy in my it, to me, like, the leader is almost personality. That leader is the person. And I don't know if that's the way to characterize Hegel. Like, I respect that where how is regarded by philosophy. Other things, but those regarding it, I would think it's still one of the highest comments. Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do here? It is kind of like that. And one thing is, you want to beat the final boss, but you also want to respect them. And
Yeah.
I feel like I can do that now with not only just Hegel, but Hegel showed me how to do that with everyone. Like, just because you sublated Kant doesn't mean Kant's not worth reading. He is up to his limit, and it's actually really beautiful. But I sort of want to I want to send you something because if you're more, you seem like you're more speculative. Like you have a freedom in the way you talk. Because a lot of philosophers are like analytic philosophers, especially. It's like logic, logic, logic. But you kind of had that math component to you, where you got the living, feeling part of it. And
I like the feel that I hear and feel what you're saying. And if I don't have whatever it is that you're saying about like language and names to consider, that's not even my business. It's what I come down to. It still doesn't make like what you just said. I mean what you said is something that you ponder it.
okay.
That's about as far as I can go.
Well, I definitely should probably write a sentence about the document. I'll see if I get a chance to write it, because I got like 5 wisdom quizzes to check, and I was going to do my Harvard thing, and I still haven't fixed my fan. Like there's like an abundance kind of building. Oh, and there's another group that I was invited to. Hegelian girlfriend invited me to a group, and I forgot to respond today. So like, it's pretty exciting for me to be talking with you guys because I can recognize like some incredible talent. So I'm going to send you, I like to leave a conversation with like a forward moving next step. And I know that, I hope you're looking at the synchronicity document, because that is probably the big practical, that's the big thing I think that's going to help a lot in the end. But here's another document I wrote called Spirit Mission, which has more of a, like it's, when some people look at it, they're like, oh, this isn't a serious document. It's too lovey-dovey. But I think you might read it and be like, oh, I see what he's trying to get at. It's called the synchronicity document. And it might not make sense, just like the spreadsheet here with the synchronicity document. The Spirit Mission has a second explanation document that helps understand what I'm trying to do. And it's called Spirit Pedagogy. So it's just teaching people how to teach that Spirit Mission in the full depth that I'm trying to mean it, even if I'm doing a bad job. So I don't know if you have any time to just skim over it, but if you have time to just skim over one section, The section on friendship and transcendental spaces. So section number 3, I think. That's the kind of love, the heart, lovey-dovey kind of stuff. The first word of the whole spirit mission is love. I stuck the whole thing. The whole document can be summarized in love, but that's a potent word, right? So
The vow of understanding.
what's that?
Vow of understanding as well.
That's the vow of abandonment. That's where I put it. Yeah. So there you go. I added you as a friend too, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't mind staying in touch, and even if you kind of get explode or don't like something, I'm still gonna be here because of the vow of abandonment. So I hope that doesn't happen.
Right.
But if you want to end the friendship at some point, well, you definitely can. But I'd like to start it.
You know
So.
what? 100%. Like, I actually am not the type that does that. I almost do the opposite. I hold on to things that people past their behavior. Um, it still has to be wrong. So I'm still alive. It's not so.
Well, I like that. I can sense a little bit more space, and I think Matt can get there. He left me 11 messages. I'm like, holy smokes! I'm scared to open it because I'm gonna get sucked in. I'm gonna spend like 6 hours just reading his stuff when there's been people
Like,
waiting for a week.
I'm
So
gonna not sort of like try to get me to download everything that I can't remember anymore. So
he's
I
really
mean, I
cool.
found it. Like, to me, love is not it's not. To me, there's like a measurement system when you relate to people that supports what is meant by the word agape.
Hmm.
Something to that effect.
You'll find I use it in section number 1 of the Spirit Mission there. But if you get some time and you like it, I would love to hear your feedback on it because your feedback here was really great. So thanks for that. But I guess I will let you let's go to sleep before I suck you into that tonight.
Right.
But yeah, it was great
And
meeting you.
I'm not on camera this time because I was not expecting it. And I was just, you know, like, I was undecided. And I,
It's okay. I'm getting used to being the one with the camera. I'm like at first I was like, ooh, but actually it's kind of normal to me now. And either way, I'm good.
and then it also conveys a lot more humanity when we can see each other. But yeah, next time we'll meet on camera, maybe.
Sounds good.
Hello.
You too. Keep submitting. Okay. Armed with my opinions, if you're still around, you want to debate. Actually, I'm supposed to look at these wisdom quizzes. This is a priority. Libertarianism is the most secure ideology. Can you send me a document why you think that is, or what the definition of libertarianism is? Because we do have to protect the individual. Is it the best ideology? Well, I'd like to do a dialectical analysis now and revisit it. Um, I think there's something obviously speculative about it. It might be a moment, so there might be a limit to it, but there's a truth to it. And so we got to identify that truth and its limit and figure out where it is if it has that limit. But even if it has a limit, it just turns into another moment. So it's in this necessary loop of logic. So there's no sense in completely abstracting the universe because there's probably truth in there that has to be acknowledged. So in the greater truth, the greater philosophy, its truth will be in there. Will it be the whole truth? Well, I would like to do that dialectical analysis. Um, If you want to explain when you think it's the best, well, on the computer plays again. Now I'm not sleepy. 12:22. Into my harvest. Um, I forgot to put napping on my sign. I think people appreciate that. Slowly but surely. In the next couple of weeks, hopefully we get some more. Oh, good afternoon. What the heck? Hmm. Welcome. Hmm. Welcome, welcome, welcome to my humble abode on Twitch. Let me know if you have any questions or you know anybody that you want me to chat with.